right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the January 18th, 2024 City Council meeting. The time is 9:05 a.m. City Clerk, will you please do a roll call?
Certainly. Councilmember Arias.
Presente.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Present.
Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Vice President Carbasi.
Here.
And Council President Perea.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. All right, so next is the invocation, which will be administered by Dr. Sarbjeet Singh from the Sikh Institute of Fresno, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be administered by Councilmember Bredefeld. Will everyone please stand?
ਇੱਕ ਓੰਕਾਰ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਸ੍ਰੀ ਭਗਵਤੀ ਜੀ ਸਹਾਇ ਵਾਰ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਭਗਵਤੀ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹੀ ਦਸਵੀਂ। ਪ੍ਰਥਮ ਭਗਵਤੀ ਸਿਮਰ ਕੈ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਲਈ ਧਿਆਏ, ਫਿਰ ਅੰਗਦ ਗੁਰ ਤੇ ਅਮਰਦਾਸ ਰਾਮਦਾਸੈ ਹੋਈ ਸਹਾਏ। ਅਰਜਨ ਹਰਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਨਾਉ ਸਿਮਰਉ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਹਰਿ ਰਾਏ, ਸ੍ਰੀ ਹਰਿਕ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਨ ਧਿਆਈਐ ਜਿਸ ਡਿਠੇ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਖੁਜਾਏ। ਤੇਗ ਬਹਾਦਰ ਸਿਮਰੈ ਘਰ ਨੌ ਨਿਧ ਆਵੈ ਧਾਏ, ਸਭ ਥਾਈ ਹੋਏ ਸਹਾਏ। ਦਸਵਾਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਗੁਰੂ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਸਭ ਥਾਈ ਹੋਏ ਸਹਾਏ। ਦਸਾਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਜੋਤ ਧੰਨ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਪਾਠ ਦੀਦਾਰ ਦਾ ਧਿਆਨ ਧਰ ਕੇ ਬੋਲੋ ਜੀ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ। ਹੇ ਨਿਮਾਣਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਮਾਣ, ਨਿਤਾਣਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਤਾਣ, ਨਿਓਟਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਓਟ, ਹੇ ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਸੱਚੇ ਪਿਤਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀਓ। ਧੰਨ ਧੰਨ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ। ਆਪ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਹਜ਼ੂਰ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਹਾਜ਼ਰ ਨਾਜ਼ਰ ਜਾਣਦਿਆਂ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਅਰਜ਼ੋਈ ਹੈ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਜੀਓ। ਫਰੈਜ਼ਨੋ ਸਿਟੀ ਕਾਉਂਸਲ ਦਾ ਇਜਲਾਸ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰਨ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਚਰਨਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਹੈ, ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰਨੀ, ਰਹਿਮਤ ਕਰਨੀ। ਸਾਰੇ ਹੀ ਮੈਂਬਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਿਰ 'ਤੇ ਮਿਹਰ ਭਰਿਆ ਹੱਥ ਰੱਖਣਾ, ਸਦ ਬੁੱਧੀ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਨੀ, ਮਨੁੱਖਤਾ ਦੀ ਸੇਵਾ, ਦੇਸ਼ ਦੀ ਸੇਵਾ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਜੀਓ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਬਲ ਉਦਮ ਚਾਓ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਨਾ। ਸਹੀ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਮੇਲ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਮਿਲਿਆਂ ਤੇਰਾ ਨਾਮ ਚਿਤ ਆਵੈ, ਨਾਨਕ ਨਾਮ ਚੜ੍ਹਦੀ ਕਲਾ, ਤੇਰੇ ਭਾਣੇ ਸਰਬੱਤ ਦਾ ਭਲਾ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਬੋਲੇ ਸੋ ਨਿਹਾਲ, ਸਤਿ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ। Now we translate. One universal creator God, by the grace of the true Guru, Almighty God, we call you by many names, but you are one. Keep your divine hand over the members of the City Council as they help steer the future of our great city. Keep truth on our tongues, love in our hearts, and sound judgment in our minds. Remind us of our purpose to love and serve one another and create a more peaceful world. We ask for blessings unto all leaders as they work for the common good. Give all who go on this land humility and courage, integrity and compassion. Release each one of us from ego so that we may serve selflessly. Help us remember that we belong to one family. Recognize the entire human race as one. We ask of the Almighty to also keep watch over our nation's protectors who work tirelessly day and night to ensure our safety and our freedom. You are everywhere, all are yours, whatever is seen, O God, is your form. My Lord, you are but one. We ask you to bless this great nation and its people. In the name of Nanak, may we find everlasting peace, love, unity, mutual respect, service, and dedication to all of humankind. With your will, Almighty God, may there be welfare for all of humanity. Amen. Vaheguru ji ka khalsa, Vaheguru ji ki fateh. Thank you.
City Clerk, are there any changes or items removed from today's agenda?
Yes, I do have several changes, but First, to let the audience know, we do have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translators available via Zoom, and we do have an in-house Spanish translator if anyone needs those services. And as for changes to the agenda, first, corrections that need to be read into the record. The 1010 item, that is file ID 24-102, the reference to the, there it is. In item number 1, the reference to the CEQA guidelines currently reads section 1506B3. That section should actually read 15016B3. So that is the first correction into the record. Pardon me. Second correction, consent calendar item 2B as in boy, that is file ID 24-24 regarding a grant application to the California Interagency Council on Homelessness. The resolution authorizing the City of Fresno to apply for an encampment resolution funding program round 3 grant is an amount not to exceed $11 million, not $10 million. And the next correction to the record is closed session item 5E, that is file ID 24-85, Catherine Smith versus City of Fresno, Fresno Superior Court case number 20-CECG-01538. The case number is incorrectly listed. It begins with 22, not 20. So the correct case number is 22-CECG-01538. And we do have 2 items that are being moved to the contested consent calendar for further discussion. The first item is 2B, that is file ID 24-24. It is regarding a resolution authorizing and directing a grant application to the California Interagency Council on Homelessness for funding under Encampment Resolution Program funding round 3. That has been moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. We also have consent calendar item 2E, that is file ID 2467. That is regarding the resolution authorizing the city manager or designee to accept grant funding from Pacific Gas and Electric Company to reimburse the City of Fresno Parks Department. And that has been moved to the contested consent calendar by Councilmember Arias. We also have items that have been removed from the agenda. We have consent calendar item 2A, that is file ID 24-89, regarding approval of the minutes for January 11th. That has been moved to the February 1st meeting by staff. And then we have consent calendar item 2H. That item, pardon me real quick here. 2H, approval of consultant services agreement with Evergreen Solutions, LLC. That is file ID 24-63, and that item is being moved to February 1st by Councilmember Arias. And those are all the changes I have received.
Thank you, City Clerk. Council members, are there any other items you wish to remove, continue, or pull from consent for discussion? I'm going to start with Councilmember Arias.
No.
Councilmember Maxwell.
No changes, Council President.
Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Butterfield.
This is for consent. Any changes?
Yes.
I just want to be on record on 2M. I have to recuse myself due to receiving donations that exceed $250.
Thank you. Councilmember Esparza. No. Vice President Carbasi.
Just one, Madam President. The proclamation for Sally Caglia, we're going to move that to the next meeting.
All right, thank you. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
Who did the first? Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Maxwell and a second by Councilmember Arias. Any objection? Seeing none, the agenda is passed 7-0. Okay, so at this time, we're going to take it out to our ceremonial presentations. Since the proclamation for Sally Caglia was moved to the next meeting, we're going to start with the proclamation for Luisa Medina Day, sponsored by Councilmember Arias.
Luisa, come on down. Member Chavez, you want to join me? Council and general public, there is not too many souls in this world that appear to put the fear of God and the fear of my mother and me, as Ms. Luisa Medina does. Whenever Luisa's in a room, Member Chavez and I stand up straighter, sit up straighter if we're sitting down working. But most importantly, she has set a standard for so many of us in public service. Not just one of actually serving, as she has for Central California Legal Services for 25 years, but serving in a way in which you're fully prepared. You've done your homework, you ask critical questions, you show up, and you deliver for the folks who we all run to represent. We don't run to represent our friends, we don't run to represent our donors, we run to represent those folks who don't have the privilege of being in our positions of authority and responsibility. And Ms. Medina has always reminded us that very directly, very transparently, very frankly. And if we don't live up to it, there's consequences to be paid. I could sit here or stand here and tell you a lot of stories, but most of them would cause me to go into PTSD mode. So I'm not going to do that to myself today. Instead, I just want to hand over to my colleague, Member Chavez, and I'm sure he can share something.
We all have our trauma associated on conversations with Luisa Medina, but I just wanted to thank you, Lisa, for the work that you've done in our community. I actually wrote a paper on Luisa Medina when I was in college. Remember, Monica Blanco had her Chicano Latino studies, so I picked Luisa Medina, but she served, a lot of people don't know she served on the school board a long time before many of us got there, and a lot of the work that we did in that district was because of the foundation that you guys laid there for English learners, for disadvantaged communities, for neighborhoods in South Fresno. But I think the work that is still there is the work you guys did with the Sequoia clinic that was there in Southeast Fresno. And that was a while back, and a lot of people don't know, but she actually also helped elect the very first Latina to the city council in the city of Fresno with the late Esther Padilla, that we now have a highway named after her. So the list is very long, as my colleague, Councilmember Arias mentioned, but more than anything, just thank you, Lisa, for your many, many years of service and commitment to our community. Thank you. We can give her the microphone.
Just don't tell me anything. I don't want to cry in front of my colleagues.
I just have one question for the council member, Arias. Does it have all the special powers I asked for in there?
It sure does.
Thank you.
It gives me free parking in downtown Fresno.
All right. On a more serious note here, yes, I'm glad Councilmember Arias did not go into many details because he would be divulging some activities of his own that he would not want out in public. I can give just as much as I can take. All right. All right, let me get serious now. Thank you, and thank you to the City Council as well, and congratulations, Council President, on arriving at this position, and I look forward to you continuing the great work that you've been doing, as well as the rest of the council members. So, wow.
25 years.
A little more than 25 years. Yeah, I'm trying to get serious now. Okay, so I have been a fortunate individual in this community in having served in numerous capacities and having the support from a whole lot of people in the community. I've been able to be at jobs that I enjoy, that fill my heart with joy, fill my brain with stress. Because what we do at Central California Legal Services, and at the same time, I also want to recognize the individuals from Centro La Familia, where I also served as executive director, and pleased to have Margarita Rocha carry on in that tradition of meeting the community's needs. That's what we're about. That's where my heart is at. I have been fortunate to be able to live a comfortable life through my job, and feel that I have made some impact, small impact in this community. For the betterment. I reflected upon the words, the ending of the prayer, and about humankind and humanness, and all of the issues that plague our community. There is much work to be done. We're seeing increased homelessness, and we do need to do something about that. Economics are not good for many of the individuals at Centro La Familia and Legal Services have served over its many, many years. I work with a wonderful group of individuals. Some of them are here. Our executive director, Michelle Kazanjian. No, what is your last name? Kazarian, thank you. I was going to say Kerkorian. Michelle. Kazarian, thank you. I just know it's Michelle. Is also here this morning. But I've been supported not only by folks that I've worked with, but also the community. One cannot do this kind of work without having or creating and having the support of individuals in the community who care. Fresno is a caring community. We need to carry that forward. There are many, many issues that need to be resolved, and I look forward to the council and other elected officials, the school board, and other elected officials as well to continue to make some progress because there is much work to be done. I dread the coming years, but I am also an optimistic person, and I am very, very much appreciative of this recognition this morning, so thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, will you read the resolution? And can we invite everyone up? Centro, Ciciales, come on and take a group photo. Should we bring Mrs. Medina her flowers? Yes. I paid for it through Luis's campaign funds. That's all.
That account was closed many years ago.
Whereas Luisa Medina has dedicated over 20 years of her career to public service to improve the lives of vulnerable communities. And whereas throughout her distinguished career, Ms. Medina has worked for the community in a variety of elected and appointed capacities. She served as the former executive director of Centro La Familia, member of the Fresno Unified School District Board of Trustees, member of the Board of Fresno County Economic Opportunities Commission, chaired the city's Housing and Community Development Commission, as Chief Operations Officer of the Fresno Private Industry Council, as a community organizer for Fresno Metro Ministry and the League of Women Voters, among others. And whereas, during her tenure as Development Director at Central California Legal Services, Ms. Medina secured many resources with which Central California Legal Services can provide no-cost legal services to underrepresented families across the Central Valley. And whereas, Luisa Medina was presented with the Liberty Bell Award by the Fresno County Bar Association in May 2019 in recognition of her long history of public service, her steadfast dedication to social justice, and her advocacy for the health and well-being of underrepresented peoples. And whereas the city of Fresno is proud to recognize the life, legacy, and accolades of Luisa Medina, her exemplary record of service has earned her the well-deserved respect and admiration of the Fresno community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Fresno City Council and Mayor Jerry Dyer, upon the occasion of her retirement, do hereby proclaim the 18th of January, 2024 as Luisa Medina Day in the city of Fresno.
That's because I only made you cry 10 times.
Only 10 to 1. I'll give you that.
Thank you very much. I'm going to have
Oh, yeah. We're like, we have a whole...
All right, up next, we have the Proclamation for Human Trafficking Prevention Month, sponsored by Councilmember Esparza.
They cut it on this.
One that put it in my pocket to go late.
Oh. I need to be on, this is my better side. Can I switch?
Please.
This ain't it.
Okay, I had to make sure this microphone was on. I think one of my colleagues stole the other one. Politicians love microphones. So good morning to everyone. I appreciate all of you who've come up and joined us. It's my privilege to present this year's proclamation for Human Trafficking Prevention Month. We are joined this morning by many guests, as you can see, to both my left and my right. But I do want to specifically welcome Amber Segundino, who's Program Manager of Central Valley Against Human Trafficking. Our friends Deborah Rush, from our friends over at Breaking the Chains. Krista Wines, Central Valley Justice Coalition, Martin Rodriguez with Centro La Familia, and Patricia Valeria Solario Sepulveda with the Mexican Consulate. So welcome to you all, and there are many folks who I missed. as you can see, but it's an honor and a privilege to have you all join us, and we'll do some further introductions here in just a little bit. But first, I do want to say, as we say each year, that it is, in a way, unfortunate that we do have to present this proclamation on an annual basis. This is an issue that continues to plague our community, many communities throughout the valley, the state, and really globally, not just here within Fresno. But we're fortunate here in Fresno to have a coalition of different organizations and individuals who are at all levels really on the ground, talking to victims, providing them help, shelter, really the wraparound services that they need to begin their healing process. And so we consider each and every one of you here partners to the city of Fresno. And really, we could not do it without you, and really tackling this issue in an effective way that helps the victims of human trafficking. And so I do want to hand the microphone over and make sure we introduce some of the folks who I missed and which organizations that they are from, but also hear about the very good work that they are doing. Not by no means an expert in this subject, this topic, and so we want to hear from the folks who are on the ground every day doing the hard work here in our city.
Well, I first want to start by saying thank you, Nelson. Thank you for quickly saying yes, and for the rest of the city council as well for always saying yes and continuing to support this anti-trafficking movement. We can't continue to do this work without our council members also acknowledging that it's happening within their communities, so thank you for that. Again, my name is Amber Secundino, and I'm the program manager for Fresno EOC Central Valley Against Human Trafficking. And I have my phone up because I want to make sure I defer to my notes so that I continue to include all the information that I think is important for us to share. So each year we recognize January as National Human Trafficking Awareness Month, and I also think it's fitting that in the last few years the president decided to shift that language from, rather than it being about awareness, focusing on prevention. I say that because here in Fresno, we have been serving this community since 2009. And Fresno has always been quick to support the anti-trafficking movement, reaching out to receive training on red flags and learning where to report, which is all extremely vital for providing these services to survivors. I would also like to one day not need to come out here. I would like there to be one day that there is no longer vulnerable people being exploited for another person's profit. Human trafficking is not just an anti-trafficking agency issue, it's a community issue. When a survivor flees the trafficker, they're not being rescued by any of us here. The definition of rescue is to save someone from a dangerous or distressing situation. And to further define distressing, this is someone that can cause extreme anxiety, sorrow, or pain. When that survivor calls any of our hotlines for help, they are the ones who made that actionable action to save themselves. When they come to my office, they are looking for services. They're not asking to be saved by that trafficker. They're asking for resources that would keep them from going back. They're asking for food because their food stamp benefits won't cover the meals for that month. They're seeking shelter, temporary or permanent supportive housing because the other 4 programs that they've reached out to are at or above capacity. They're reaching out for employment because they have a record associated with their trafficking experience and can't find a job that can pay a livable wage. They're asking for substance abuse counseling because they needed those substances in order to survive that trafficking experience. They're asking for immigration relief because the American dream that they were promised was met by exploitation for their labor. I'm also not here empowering people, because to empower would mean that I'm the one who holds the power and I'm giving it to another person. The advocates that are out here, that are in the trenches and doing this work, they're providing empathy, compassion, a listening ear, love, so that that survivor can recover and step into their own power. Many times the community is asking us, what can we do to support this anti-trafficking movement? And I'd push us a little bit further, moreover, what can we do to prevent trafficking? We can continue to support marginalized communities that are most vulnerable to trafficking. We can listen to survivors, not just for the shock and awe of their story, but to listen to the expertise that they have walking through these systems in place that have both supported them but have also failed them. Employ survivors, because just as we hire and employ veterans, that gap of employment does tell a story. I'm grateful to be a part of a community whose anti-trafficking organizations always seeking collaboration best to serve these identified survivors, which again, they're gonna have their time to speak as well. And I can never sing their praises enough, and I can never express the gratitude that I feel with these other agencies that stand beside me. What we do ask and invite our community to do is to join our coalition to both learn how to serve these survivors from a trauma-informed, client-centered lens, and to help us brainstorm on preventing the future survivors from ever existing. I'm gonna hand it off to Deborah.
Wow. Thank you, Amber. That was very, very, very sincere, very touching. And again, thank you to all of our partners that are up here. A special thank you. By the way, I am Deborah Rush. I am one of the founders of Breaking the Chains, and I am also a survivor impacted by human trafficking. And so just thank you so much for pointing out some of those realities that I think that we miss as a community. A special thank you to the City Council. Congratulations to our new president. And Elisa, I feel so bad, but I'm going to say this like publicly to not make the connection, but I think it speaks volumes to where we're at today is your father, right? Your father, I made this connection about a year ago, but your father was one of the founding people here on a city council that really helped to bring lift to what was happening in the anti-human trafficking community. I know that he provided a platform for myself as his time here, as well as a lot of the other anti-human trafficking agencies. So City Council, thank you so much, because it is the power of so many of you guys who speak out. Councilmember Carbasi, everything that you continue to do for us, as well as you, Councilmember Esparza, and the list goes on and on and on. So thank you guys so much. On behalf of those impacted by human trafficking, we really just want to reach out to our community members, again, thanking those who come out and just diligently stand for what matters, bringing a voice to those who often feel like they have no voice. I know myself at one point in time found myself there. A very good friend of mine who was here today, he said something about civic proceedings and not even knowing how to navigate those coming out of some of these lifestyles. I myself come from Southwest Fresno, out of a greatly crime-impacted, impoverished community with generations of poverty proceeding before me. And I had no idea how to navigate the systems that were in front of me. I had no idea what resources were available, where I could turn or where I could go. And this kept me stuck in this cycle, in this system that everybody around me thought that I was just lost on drugs and I was out of my mind and I must want to be here. And all these different false belief systems were in place when the truth is I was lost. I needed someone to come alongside and to point me in a pathway and help me take my power back. So again, just wrapping that all together for all of you guys who stand here, I know there are countless lives out there that are there today and because you made a difference. So thank you, and thank you to the coalition.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Martin Rodriguez, and I work with Centro La Familia, and thank you for all the wonderful speeches from the team and our collaborative partners. Thank you, council members, for recognizing Human Trafficking Prevention Month. And all I gotta say is that the work never stops, but it's fulfilling to see how many lives we're able to assist and see them succeed from being in a low place that they were once to now succeeding, getting education, having place of employment. And to also see that it's not just, it's about sex trafficking, it's also about labor trafficking. And there's a lot of labor trafficking cases out there that are being unseen because they hardly come forward because they're scared. Majority of the times it's because they are non-citizen individuals who are scared to be questioned about their legal status. And so it's important that all of us here, as we continue to learn together about human trafficking, that and see the red flags, that we as a team, as a community, we could let them know that to not fear about their immigration status. There is help for them regardless of that. So thank you.
Good morning, my name is Valeria Solorio. I'm coming from the Mexican Consulate in Fresno. I'm the Consul of Protection and Legal Affairs, and first of all, thank you so much for the invitation. The Mexican government is really interested in helping all these victims of this horrific crime. And thank you so much to all the organizations who help us with that. I just want to say that we will continue working in order to, first of all, prevent the happening of this crime, and also to help all the victims to get the help and resources they need in order to escape this situation.
Good morning. My name is Krista Weens, Executive Director of the Central Valley Justice Coalition, and I just want to say thank you. Thank you to the City of Fresno, who has given such support to all of our organizations, and specifically to the Justice Coalition. We were recipients of the Community Development Block Grant last year, which in the last 6 months has allowed us to give prevention education to over 600 youth in 6 months. So thank you for your investment in this work, for taking this call seriously, and I want to encourage you to continue to learn. We are all better advocates for the community when we understand the truth of the issue, and so I'm grateful to our partners who continue to point out the realities that we're seeing every day. So the more we can learn, the more effective we can be as a team. So we have a new class coming Sunday the 28th. We'd love for you to come. You can go to justiceco.org and learn more about that. And I just want to say again, thank you for your wonderful words, Amber, for helping us to see the reality and not letting us fall into some of the more common tropes that maybe get used in this work. And I just want to say, let's make 2024 the year that we stop saying we're the voice for the voiceless, and that instead we recognize that every person has a voice, they just need a megaphone. So let's listen well to the people who have been speaking. Thanks very much.
As we can see, again, it takes partnership, collaboration, really a team. And so let's give one more round of applause to all of these folks on the front lines in the battle against human trafficking here in our community. Clerk, will you please read the proclamation into the record?
Whereas January is National Human Trafficking Prevention Month, dedicated to raising awareness about different forms of human trafficking, ways to support trafficking survivors, and educating communities about issues. The goal of these efforts is to ensure people are equipped to notice the signs of trafficking situations. And whereas Fresno EOC Sanctuary and Support Services Central Valley Against Human Trafficking Project provides resources to empower self-sufficiency, restore dignity, and support recovery from trauma for survivors. The Central Valley Against Human Trafficking Project has assisted and identified over 1,930 victims of human trafficking from our local communities. And whereas the International Labor Organization recognizes there are an estimated 50 million people in modern slavery globally, where 1 in 3 victims are children. Approximately 80% of human trafficking involves sexual exploitation, while 19% involves labor exploitation. And whereas National Center for Missing and Exploited Children estimates 1 out of 6 endangered runaways are likely child sex trafficking victims. And whereas the U.S. Department of Labor identified 159 goods from 177 countries made by forced and child labor. Human trafficking generates hundreds of billions of dollars in profit by trapping millions of people in horrific situations, domestically and abroad. And whereas the City of Fresno recognizes the need for greater awareness and accountability regarding the crime of human trafficking, the injustice of human trafficking can affect people of any background, and on this day, we call to fight human trafficking wherever it exists. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Councilmember Nelson Esparza, the Fresno City Council, and Mayor Jerry Dyer do hereby proclaim the month of January 2024 as National Human Trafficking Prevention Month.
Thank you, Councilmember Esparza. At this time, we're going to move on to Councilmember reports and comments. We're going to start with Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you all who attended the MLK celebrations this last weekend. They all went well. A couple of updates for residents. We've received a lot of complaints about the intersection of Olive and Marks. It's partly county, partly city. Some pretty huge encampments, including some illegal sales of items in that area. Staff has been on site trying to resolve that intersection. So has the county. A couple of invitations. On Thursday, January 25th at 10 a.m., we'll be doing the ribbon cutting for the automotive technology and automotive collision courses at City College. The fancy way of describing it is the Advanced Transportation Center, which essentially is the second half of the Fresno City West Fresno campus that showcases the most modern vocational facility in west of the Mississippi. Additionally, on Friday, January 26th, we will do the official groundbreaking for the new United Health Center's neighborhood clinic that is funded by the city of Fresno. About a year ago, we did a ribbon cutting in Southeast Fresno for that site. We're now ready for Southwest. And lastly, I invite the public to join us in looking at the redesigns of several community centers in West Fresno, made possible with the passage of Measure P, specifically Frank H. Ball, Mary Ella Brown, Maxi Parks, and Sunset will all be going significant renovations or potentially complete teardowns and reconstructions based on public and community feedback on what they want to see with those community centers as they return to recreational activities and senior services for the neighborhood. And lastly, City Attorney, City Manager, if we can get an update on the former YMCA building. We received more complaints about some non-permitted uses of that facility. I know we met a few months ago, so we can just get an update on where we're at with that former YMCA building in downtown Fresno. Thank you. Those are my comments for today.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Maxwell.
No updates at this time, Council President.
Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Bredefield. Councilmember Esparza is not here. Vice President Karbasi. None? Okay. I just have a few updates. I just wanted to thank the MLK committee as well as Councilmember Arias for putting this year's MLK events together. I had the honor of speaking at the MLK garlanding ceremony. And then I also want to thank our wonderful volunteers who came out on Saturday to help us walk our neighborhoods in District 1 to pass out some vital information to the residents. And then congratulations to our employees of the winter quarter. We celebrated them yesterday, so thank you to the clerk's office for all of their hard work and coordinating this event to recognize the work of our incredible staff members. And then lastly, I am the new parent of a foster son. He is a 4-week-old shepherd. I believe we have a picture that's going to be popping up on the screen. There he is. He is my foster, so we do not plan on permanently keeping him, but he is a very sweet young boy, and so we are looking for someone to permanently adopt him. So if you are willing to take on a 4-week-old shepherd puppy, please get in touch with the Fresno Animal Center. He was found last week in a shopping cart. And so just thankful that I had the flexibility to bring him home, but he is looking for his forever home. So if you are able to adopt, please reach out to the Fresno Animal Center. And that concludes my comments. Mayor is not here, is that right? City Manager?
Correct.
Okay, you have the floor.
Very quickly, we'll be coming to you in February, but just want to give a quick update on Animal Center. We have made tremendous progress. The cutting back on intake has helped us tremendously. Our numbers right now in the shelter, we have 29 cats, of which 10 are adoptable, and we're down to 286 dogs. That is a huge, huge reduction. We also, in foster homes, as Council President stated, we have 91 dogs that are in the foster to adopt, pending to be spayed or neutered. We have 41 regular fosters for a total of 132 dogs. Huge, huge reduction. Cats, 137 foster to adopt, 22 fosters, 159 cats. So we are making tremendous progress, Council. Thank you for your support. Thank you to the team at the Animal Center. We have been able to continue staffing up, and the people that we have there have been so amazing. Once again, thank you to Alma Torres for stepping in and filling the void. So we'll be back to you with a more formal presentation in February, but did want to let you know we are making really good progress. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, City Manager. We're going to go back to Council Member Esparza.
Yeah, thank you, Council Vice President. This past Monday, we celebrated Martin Luther King Jr. Day by marching here in downtown as we do every year. It was a great celebration, and it's really something. It's a privilege to be able to participate in that each and every year. So it was great this year, and looking forward to the next celebration this past year. And it's really not just, as we know, not just the march, but really all different events that lead up to it. And also had the privilege of attending the garlanding ceremony last Friday. This evening, we will congratulate the 5th cohort of the Central Valley Latino Leadership Academy over at Fresno City College, where they will have their graduation ceremony. We want to congratulate these 26 future leaders who have chosen to invest in themselves by participating in such a valuable program. And through the program, they've gained leadership skills, networking skills, and of course, mentoring tools. So I do plan to try and make it out there and congratulate them in person as well. Council President, that'll be the end of my brief remarks.
Thank you, Councilmember. City Clerk, do you have anything to report today?
Yeah, real quick, we do have 2 agendas posted for bodies next week. That includes the Park, Recreation, and Arts Commission meeting on the 22nd. That meeting will be at 5:30 p.m. And there's also a Mobile Home Park Rent Review and Stabilization Commission meeting, a special meeting on the 23rd that will start at 6 o'clock p.m. Both of those will be in the council chambers. We hope you can attend. If you want more information about those meetings, feel free to go to the city clerk's website, fresno.gov/cityclerk, and click on meeting information. That's all I have today.
Thank you, City Clerk. City Attorney, anything to report today?
Yes, good morning. Thank you. Just a couple of items. First, last week, the United States Supreme Court announced that they will hear an appeal of the Ninth Circuit case Martin v. Boise, which placed certain limitations on how municipalities such as Fresno can address the issue of homelessness. This potential decision could have a profound impact on how we, the city, and other cities in California move forward with assisting those who are unhoused. My office will continue to monitor future developments at the Supreme Court level, and we will keep the council apprised. Second, just a quick report from the eviction protection program. The program continues to be successful. Since July 2021, our office has received over 2,000 inquiries, and we've been able to help over 1,300 folks that have been potentially unlawfully evicted. This month, we've rejected some intakes due to the fact that ERAP funds have expired, but we are continuing to take calls regarding the program. I urge the public to continue to take advantage of the program. Thank you to the council, specifically Council Members Esparza and Maxwell, and your staffs for your continued support and advocacy for the program. And with that, Council President, that is all.
Thank you, City Attorney. So at this time, we do have a 1:10 a.m. and 1:10 a.m. scheduled hearing. However, it is not quite 10 o'clock. So I'm going to jump to consent calendar. Do any council members wish to register a no vote, abstention, or recusal on any consent items? Pulled items will be heard immediately after consent. Councilmember Arias, this is to register a no vote, abstention, or recusal on any consent items. Councilmember Maxwell, Councilmember Chavez, Councilmember Bredefield, I do have you as requesting to be recused from item 2M.
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Esparza, Vice President Carbasi. Okay. And I have nothing to report as well. So at this time, we are going to take public comment on all consent, including contested consent items only. We will take public comment on unscheduled communications and public comment on closed session items when those items are heard a little bit later in the meeting. So at this time, I'm going to start with public comment. For those individuals who wish to make a public comment on a specific item on this agenda, that would be the contested consent or consent. First, I have Brandy, who wishes to make a public comment on item 2B. Brandy, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Actually, this is 2B and also the proclamation for Human Trafficking Awareness Month. I've served as a founding member of the Justice Coalition, who is here, in resource building and education since 2009 to 2014. And then afterwards went on, we spent many trainings and conferences learning about it, learning what causes human trafficking, learning how to prevent it. I went on to be the human trafficking educator for the Tulare County Child Abuse Prevention Council. It is important not to have prevention by knowing signs and rescues and the long work of aftercare, which I am so grateful for everyone who is in here, who is up there, because it is hard work. But it's important to understand the push and pull factors of human trafficking, what makes people more vulnerable to sex and labor trafficking. I introduced this last week, but I need you guys to understand that the city's current practices, the practices that HEART is doing, that are violating our current ordinances and laws, as well as what we have allowed is a push factor for human trafficking, is making our in-house people, especially women and youth, targets for human trafficking. Your proclamation honors the humanity of individuals by saying their lives are valuable, but that's not how they are treated by the HEART team. And I've seen that even just a couple days ago, as they took a woman's tent, even if she could have picked it up and left with it, and that happens constantly. Neither did the Sit, Lie, Sleep ordinance protect humanity. They are forcibly taking people's belongings needed to survive, which pushes them towards those who would prey upon them and provide that, and pushing them away from safer areas and into more dangerous areas. They're pulling them away from people who may have been safe and actively try to isolate them. As Dyer says, that they target camps of 10 or more so that he can say there's no encampments. Last year, there was a woman named Jessica who I met who was crying, and she says she doesn't normally cry, but she talked about being choked one night being by herself, and she finally found people that she felt safe with in an encampment, but they had just cleared it and made her leave, and she was alone again. She would be more vulnerable to trafficking. They use arrests and arrests and citations for just trying to live, which hampers people getting out of trafficking. We fought criminalization of human trafficking survivors, but this is causing people to be pushed into trafficking. This grant needs to ensure it's helping, not harming. And to address the idea of the fires last week that Miguel mentioned, that people saying fires, there were only 3 days where the warming centers were open. It's impossible to reach people. They are cold. We need to address the needs. Thank you, and stop blaming them. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy. I have a few additional comment cards. However, they're on items that are not on the agenda. Is there anyone else in the chambers who wish to speak directly on an item on consent or contested consent? If so, please come up at this time. Okay, Brianna, is there anyone on Zoom? As a reminder, this is the time to make public comment on any consent item or contested consent. We will take unscheduled communications at a later point in the meeting.
Yes, we have Lisa Flores. Lisa, do you have anything to speak on regarding the consent calendar or contested consent?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Once again, this is yet again just to note to everybody on City Council that my Zoom connection with the city, I cannot raise my hand again, and I'm going through an extraordinary method in which to actually use my time. So thank you, Todd. I want to piggyback on something that Brandy just said about the warming centers. It is very important that when you guys make decisions, that you look to the bigger picture. Are you helping a situation, or are you causing detriment and future problems to the city that will actually lead to litigation? And I think that a lot of your planning decisions need to be re-examined as far as will it hamper development, or is it causing and compounding issues further down the roads in regards to like homelessness? And also to the warming centers, it is very, very difficult to find that information. My heat was out for a day and I was looking at alternatives, and I actually ended up calling 311, which, by the way, Georgianne, still doesn't work on my phone for my house at Rashana McKinley. And all I got was, I was read basically a policy statement. That's it. Luckily, my heater guy showed up, fixed everything, and I could stay in my home. But I'm thinking about all those folks out there that doesn't have the tenacity that I have to actually, you know, take the steps, do the learned process, you know, and you guys really need to look at the competency and follow through and complete staff work, because it's one thing to make decisions, it's one thing to implement it correctly. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, do we have any additional speakers on Zoom?
Not at this time.
All right. So we still have a couple more minutes to pass time, and so I'm going to call up a couple unscheduled communication speakers. First, I have David Willis.
Yes, City Council. I'm especially glad to see Mr. Jans in attendance today. I was probably speaking directly to him. I'm David Willis, here from La Hacienda Mobile Estates, formerly called Trails End Mobile Home Park, located at 104 East Sierra Avenue, Fresno, California. This is an old subject. Good, long, okay. I'm here to plead with you to file the necessary injunction to prevent the current owners, Harmony Corporation, CEO Matt Davies, from closing the park. They know that in order to close the park, they have to have a conversion impact report approved by you, the City of Fresno. Even though you rejected their report, Matt Davies declares he's still going to close the park anyway. What belligerence! I mean, this guy has lied to you, deceived you. Chavez said that real clear. Misled you, and now he's going to defy you too? Unreal. I mean, aren't we tired of this guy yet? I mean, really, man. Please, I beg of you, shut this guy down. Evictions are speeding up, and these are penny ante evictions. My eviction is based on my rejection of an application for tenancy that required me to give up my right to trial by jury. This is in direct violation of the Mobile Home Residency Law 798.25.5, and it's illegal, unenforceable. Okay, man. Please, council members of Fresno, make this conflict a banner victory against corporations like Harmony by filing the injunction that will let them know they can't flout the law and get away with it. They also callously destroy people's lives needlessly. They create homelessness. They destroy affordable housing for wonderful people like Sharon Smith, disabled elderly, Patsy Carver, disabled elderly, Leslie Wright, disabled elderly, me, elderly, 80 years old, Kim Sands, disabled, actually all 27 remaining residents out of 60, wonderful people. So please file the injunction against Harmony closing the park. Please do it now. Please, we beg you. Thank you so much. Imagine our relief when we don't have to be in fear of losing our homes without any place to go. How wonderful will that be? Thank you. Appreciate all you guys.
Thank you, David. I'm going to take one more unscheduled communication before we hit our 10 o'clock item, and that is going to be Ms. Kim Sands.
I didn't think he was that tall. I'm here today because, again, I'm reiterating what David said. I mean, you guys, injunction this, injunction that, I don't know. I know what it means because they appealed my case. I won my eviction. Then I had a fire the same day, so Christmas didn't come for me. I was in fear of losing my home, but now I already have. And if it weren't for my uncle, I would go crazy. Harmony doesn't know the meaning of the word harmony, but everybody that's left in the park, we're all friends. We got to know each other because of this. We are a community. And to take that away from all of us, I don't know, you guys got to do your job. You don't want to be the city that Matt Davies pull one over on you. Come on. I mean, I'm talking truth here. Matt, he doesn't care about nobody. He doesn't care about human life, period. And I'll say it to his face, I wouldn't care. But I'm fine. This is how I've felt for 2 years since they've been there. And they're doing everything wrong right now. As we speak, Daryl's is surveying in our property 50 feet from the mark he's surveying, into Daryl's, from the street outside the park on the side, plus in front of the last row, where I am in the burnt area. They're surveying. For what? It just, I don't know. If I don't have a heart attack before I turn 56 this year, hey, it'll be the first time I had a stroke because of all these people. April 13th, last year. And thank God my face got better, but that's what they do. They don't care. Battlefield knows Chavez, he was pissed off, and so am I. So are everybody else, but I guess we're biting the bullet and seeing what happens because we don't know still. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, Kim. At this time, we have a 10 a.m. scheduled appearance by Jorge Zavala to discuss good job grants, misappropriation of funds. District 4 resident. Jorge, are you with us in the chambers? Is he on Zoom by chance? Nope, okay. All right, our next scheduled item is at 10:10. So to help us get to that 10:10 item, I'm gonna take some additional unscheduled communication. Do I have James here? Good morning, James. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Sorry, I just had it up. Good morning. My name is James Rellis. I'm a resident of District 6. Hey, Gary. As a concerned Fresno resident, I'm deeply troubled by the ongoing conflict in Gaza and the villainization of this call to action. I was here last week asking our city council to adopt a ceasefire resolution as other cities have, along with my other fellow residents here. Did you guys listen to our requests? Was there any discussion behind closed doors? Or were we, as soon as we're out of sight, no need to pay attention to us, right? I know you guys are looking at your phones, making business deals and things like that. I understand there's other things going on, but what's happening in Gaza demands our attention. I doubt, Well, I'm back, and I will be back until we get our requests addressed. I'll be back, whether that's with the unhousing crisis going on and the Heartless team, to rent control, to policing, to weapons of war on our street. I will be back until we get our demands addressed. This will be my second formal request to the City Council for a ceasefire resolution for the ongoing conflict in Gaza. Collective punishment, access to water, power, medical supplies, food. They do not have access to food. Over 2 million people have been displaced. Sometimes this is their first time. Others, 10th, being displaced from their homes. Blessed are the peacemakers, not keepers. There is a difference, and we are asking our city council to hear that call. I understand most of you have campaigns and other business to attend to, so I'll leave this, and my light just came up here. I'm again asking the City Council to consider and endorse a ceasefire resolution. By doing so, we will be in solidarity with other cities in our nation, along with your fellow citizens and residents here in Fresno. I'll leave you with 2 quotes. Martin Luther King, 1967, I think for ultimate peace and the security of the situation, it will be necessary for Israel to give up this conquered territory, because to hold on to it will not only exacerbate the tensions and deepen the bitterness of the Arabs. One last quote, Nelson Mandela, we know all too well that our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of the Palestinians. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
Up next is Lauren Lopez. Good morning, Lauren. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Council. Good morning, my fellow community members. I would first like to start off by adding my voice to the call for urgent action regarding our warming centers. Opening them only when the temperature reaches 3 degrees above freezing is cruel. Please see to it that the warming centers are readily available and can be opened when the temperatures are in the 40s at the minimum. I stand here again today at City Hall on the 104th day of the genocide against the Palestinian people in Gaza and the West Bank. Over the last 103 agonizing days, the world powers have chosen to remain idle, indifferent to the cries of anguish and injustice echoing in the hearts of the Palestinian people. It's a stark reminder of the twisted double standards that plague our global conscience. Over the last 104 days, excruciating days, Israel's relentless assault on innocent Palestinian lives has left those of us with a still beating heart, shattered, dismayed, and trembling with fury. I have witnessed the soullessness of humanity as it feigns virtue, bastardized scripture, warped history, demoralized those with lived experience, and slandered Palestinians along with those who have aligned themselves with their struggle and the cause. Some of those false and hateful sentiments have been expressed in this very room by members of this council. Over 24,000 precious souls have been extinguished by the arrogance of Israel and the callous complicity of the United States. Over 24,000 sons, daughters, mothers, fathers, whose lives were stomped out by the ruthless and hateful hands of oppressive occupying forces fueled by nothing more than greed. More than 10,000 of those murdered by the United States and Israel. Those are children. Carpet bombing, forced starvation, lack of clean drinking water, inadequate medical care and shelter. These are only some of the contributors. You can no longer claim to be pro-life, pro-humanity, pro-children, or even pro-Fresno when you are watching in your positions of power. You shamefully remain silent, or worse, you have openly outed yourself as a far-right extremist and sponsor of terrorism. I pose a question to each of you. Do you sit with yourself and pretend you don't know that there's a genocide being carried out by Israel? Do you tell yourself what is happening is right or is just? On your drive home, do you acknowledge the truth but remain tight-lipped in order to uphold the status quo? How can we even hesitate to call this a genocide? The evidence saturates every corner of the world. It's in the very air we breathe. In Gaza, the streets are soaked with blood. The tear-streaked faces where dust has been washed away, where rubble from the people who have been covered in rubble.
Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you.
Okay, so I do have Tyrone Williams who would like to speak on an item on the consent calendar. That would be item file ID number 24-15. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. It is a pleasure to stand before you all. Tyrone Roderick Williams, CEO of Fresno Housing. On your consent item today, you have the potential approval of Heritage Estates to receive the funding for pre-development work and funding that supports homeownership down payment and closing cost assistance. I appear today to say thank you. Our partnership with the city regarding expanding housing options has been quite productive and mutually beneficial. Heritage Estates marks an expansion of our commitment to providing affordable housing. Clearly, we've been involved in multifamily and transitional housing and senior housing, but we're expanding this particular development into affordable home ownership. And I just want to say thank you for your collaborative efforts in supporting all of our developments, but particularly as this opens new doors of opportunity for home buyers in Southwest Fresno. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, we're going to move to our 10:10 scheduled hearing. This is a hearing to consider text amendment application number P23-02443 and the related environmental assessment. Good morning, Director.
Good morning, Council President, Council Member Scott Mosier, Public Works Department. So this item before you is one that we've been working on for some time. It's a request from the Building Industry Association, but we've had opportunity to really thoroughly evaluate and research this. This item, it's been before the Council Implementation Committees and also recommended for approval by the Planning Commission. This represents an opportunity really to be business friendly and implement a change to our municipal code that has worked very well in several other local cities with no negative impacts whatsoever. So as noted in the staff report, what the item would do is for certain interior residential streets within new single-family subdivisions, it would allow the bonds to be released if everything else is done except for certain residential sidewalks on the unsold lots. And the reason for that today is the bonds, we still hold those bonds in full force, but home builders will not build those sidewalks until the homes themselves are constructed. So what this would do, it would simply defer the sidewalk in front of that new home until the final inspection of that home, along with things like front yard landscaping, the driveway, and the sidewalk in front. The materials contained in the report, and I'm glad to answer any questions. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you, Director. I'm going to take it out to the public. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on the 10:10 a.m. item? Mr. Prandini?
Good morning. Excuse me. Members of the council. This item has been worked on for some time. In fact, we started the process back in 2020, but the pandemic put the brakes on a lot of activity. So we just deferred it, and we brought it back 6-8 months ago, and I've been working through the process to get this text amendment implemented. It does allow for the acceptance of the city's improvements and allows for deferral to the building permit to allow for that. That's when the installation of the sidewalks, the driveway approaches, and the installation of the street trees would be installed. The reason for that is that when you construct a house, you got a lot of activity coming and going off the street, and sidewalks, street trees, and sometimes, and a lot of times, the driveway approaches get damaged during the construction process because of the heavy equipment that has to be on site to construct the building. So this avoids all that unnecessary repair work when the house is finished and built, and so it does allow for the acceptance by the city of the regular improvements. This does not affect any improvements outside the subdivision, only within the subdivision, and only on those lots that have not been yet sold. So if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Prandini. Any additional members of the public who wish to speak on the 10:10 a.m. item, please come forward. See none. Brianna, is there anyone on Zoom?
Yes, we have Lisa Flores.
Good morning, Lisa. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, great. I don't know what the item is, but Ms. Perea, I just got an email from your office. And Scott, it's great to see you. I hope you can call me after I say my piece. regarding the bicycle lanes out in front of my
Lisa, this
house.
is on the 1010 scheduled item. Do you have any public comment on the 1010 item?
What?
This
Which
is
is
the
what?
This is the text amendment application relating to the deferral of certain sidewalk construction, driveway approaches, and street trees in subdivisions until prior to occupancy of single-family homes.
Okay, I can talk about that. I can talk about anything, you know. This is, well, I don't think that you should defer those things simply for the fact of you need to have complete staff work and you need to have completions of projects. There is basically, when you develop a development, there are patterns, and sidewalks is one of them. If you don't put them in, at what point are you going to allow a developer to wait and wait and wait to put in sidewalks? It's a matter of safety. Also, too, I don't think that anybody in your office, in the planning department, should have the ability to shorten driveways. To save a couple of feet of concrete makes millions of dollars for the developer, but what it ends up happening, and you should know this, Ms. Perea, is that when you tell somebody to park in their driveway, they block the sidewalk, which is an ADA violation, and their car could get towed. Nobody tells you about that when you make these decisions. So yeah, I don't believe in doing shortcuts in development. I believe in doing complete work. And the city has failed greatly doing complete work for the citizenry. How about that? And Scott, give me a call. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Council President, that is all the public comment we have today.
All right, I'm going to close the public comment and take it back up to my colleagues. Up first, I have Councilmember Arias.
I have a couple of questions. Director, I want to make sure I understand this staff's time. Fernando, thank you. So when somebody's built a new subdivision, you potentially have 50 homes in that subdivision tract map. If we approve this, you could build 45 homes. 5 homes that are not sold or completed would remain without sidewalks, curbs and gutters and trees until they're sold? Is that accurate?
Council, just to clarify, so as noted in the code, there are a lot of restrictions on this, and there are certain sidewalks that actually cannot be deferred. So going through that list, the major street, the perimeter subdivision, cannot be deferred. That has to go in. The construction of the sidewalk on the entry street from the major going into the neighborhood, that first street to the first intersection, that has to be installed. It cannot be deferred. If it's a sidewalk on a side yard, so for example, you have streets, you have kind of the local collector coming in, sidewalks along the side yard, the developer cannot defer that either. It's only the section right on the front side of the home where the driveway is, and only if there is no street lighting on that side either, because we also need sidewalk to protect the street light conduit. So there are a number of protections on that. There would be certain sidewalks and homes,
So
yes, that would
if
qualify.
it's an interior street, say in a cul-de-sac, and there's 5 homes next to each other, and they are not sold and built, would they be no sidewalks in that cul-de-sac?
And yes, and Council, that is the situation actually today, because what happens is, as Mr. Prandini noted, and our experience has been the same, the trades who construct the home, they wind up cracking the sidewalk or the drive approach, and then the city will require that to all be rebuilt. So what happens is the developer is not building that sidewalk in front of that unsold home really until the house is built. The sidewalk and the landscaping is the last thing that will go in, and the home builders are simply spending the money to extend their bonding. They're extending their agreement, extending the bonding. So it really winds up being a cost to the developer for that bond premium, but the city is not getting the sidewalk built anytime sooner as a result of holding that bond in place.
If I can, to Mr. Prandini, I have some questions since it is the industry who requested this change. How do you ensure ADA access in your subdivision?
There's other provisions in the code that require
Be
a
specific.
certain amount of handicap access to the major streets. So if you can't
So there's
have
ADA access in the major streets.
ADA access has to be provided throughout the subdivision, is my understanding. Not Mr.
So
Mosher can
I'm
correct
looking
me.
for specifics here because the industry
I
requested
can't-
this.
We requested it, and the city knows what the regulations are regarding ADA. I believe the builders know. I'm not that familiar with the specifics on a subdivision regarding ADA access. I don't have that information.
So let me ask you something different then. Who's going to handle all the complaints from the new neighbors and constituents that we receive who moved into a subdivision? And what they're used to is all the sidewalks in the subdivision being completed in a timely manner. Now they're going to walk into a subdivision. How long can folks defer the construction of a sidewalk? Is it indefinite?
Till the house is built.
So it could be
when
indefinite.
the house is built and the building inspector goes in for the final inspection, he looks to see that the driveway approach, the sidewalk, all the other amenities are installed. If they aren't, he won't final it. If they are, he'll final it, and the people can move
So
in.
there's no deadline in which the developer must build the complete neighborhood?
No, there isn't now.
And this would make the construction of sidewalks also indefinite?
The sidewalks would be deferred until the house is built, as it is now.
So then
The
what's
only
the need for the
difference
change?
is that the bonds to assure the development of all the improvements in the subdivision are very expensive. And the longer you hold those, and they're renewed annually, and so they're very expensive. So right now,
So this is simply about allowing the developer to no longer be on the obligation for the bond, correct?
Once the improvements are accepted, that's correct.
But isn't the bond the city's and the public's guarantee that the developer is liable for all those improvements? If we remove the bond obligation, what ability do we have as a public that developer is not going to walk away and never build the infrastructure?
The only thing that's going to be deferred, and it's going to be deferred to the building permit or the occupancy, is the sidewalk in front of that house, the trees that are planted, that are required to be planted, the landscaping, and the driveway approach.
I understand that, but we're not talking about a sidewalk, a tree in a, ranch home with no neighbors. We're talking about the sidewalk and street surrounded by neighbors who already had the houses built. So you're asking us to allow a lot of missing sidewalks to exist.
You do that now.
But right now,
Mr.
we have the
Arias.
bond as an assurance that you would build it.
It still doesn't guarantee that house will get sold and built, regardless of whether the bond's in place.
So then why ask us to remove the bond security that we
Because the
have?
bonds are very expensive to renew if you've only got 2 or 3 lots left in the subdivision. And most of the production builders don't want these lots hanging around.
So why not have them sell the houses and build the houses if there's a handful left only?
And most of the time, they try to do that. But at some point, the cost of that subdivision is passed on to all the cost of the subdivision is passed on to the buyer.
Here's my concern. We already wrestle with a lot of vacant properties around the city in the already built out inner core that are vacant and turn out to be encampments. And we have to spend public money clear them out. We have to spend public money chasing down the owner. We have to spend public money housing folks. You're asking us essentially to allow developers to walk away from the responsibility to build the sidewalk, the trees, and the curbs and gutters in front of their new subdivision because it provides bond relief for the developer, financial relief for the developer. But then the public uses its ability to ensure that that public infrastructure is built out in a timely manner so it doesn't sit
No, it
as
does
empty
not
lot.
guarantee it's built out in a timely manner. All it does is cost the developer more money. It doesn't ensure any faster installment of those sidewalk improvements.
Thank you, Mr. Bardini. Director, I have another question for you. there's been references to a handful of lots now being built in a subdivision, which then doesn't allow them to get rid of their bond. In your estimation, Copper River, is it 80 or 90% built out? What is the current build out of Copper River?
In terms of Copper River, total build out all the way to Copper River East, which would be the Willow Avenue frontage, that I'd estimate that's more so about 2/3 built out in that area.
Okay. So is it true that we have dozens, if not hundreds, of track maps across the city that are approved, that have begun construction, but are not completely built out?
Yes, that is true.
So this would apply across the city for potentially hundreds of neighborhoods whose track maps are not fully built out yet.
Council, yes, that would apply in those situations.
And who would be responsible for the complaints that we get from the new residents that move into these subdivisions? Who do we direct the complaints that are going to come when somebody trips and falls because there's no sidewalk next door to them? Or, you know, somebody complains that this vacant parcel is now a nuisance and a hazard and attraction to the transit community. Who would that be? The developer? Would that be the master developer? Would that be Public Works? Who would become legally responsible for addressing that?
That on the city side, that would be Public Works who would handle that, and we would work with the developer as appropriate. I did want to add. Those are the same types of questions that as staff that we've asked, wrestled with, investigated, and I wanted to list the cities who have implemented this successfully and have not seen that downside materialize. City of Clovis, Reedley, Kerman, Hanford, Madera, and Kingsburg.
Would you say, Director, that those cities have a similar homeless population that we do?
I would think that that's different, especially we've done a lot of work with City of Clovis. Their process is very similar to the City of Fresno. I did want to add, as far as security and protections, one issue, even though if the city has the bonding in place and we have, let's say 20 lots in a 200-lot subdivision that are unfinished, the reality is the cost of defaulting developer, pursuing the surety, getting the bonding in place and getting the surety to perform there would be expensive. The city would have a substantial cost in pursuing that with the surety, and it would likely take up to 2 years to occur. If that were the situation and we had complaints and a major issue with the sidewalk gap, economic downturn, no homes being sold, and that concern, from a financial standpoint, I would suggest it would be much easier for the city, since the right-of-way would be dedicated, it would be available, that we actually go in, construct those sidewalks, and then lean those unbuilt properties such that when the homes are built,
so here's the problem
with
that notion. You're essentially offering to have city funds upfront the cost to build missing sidewalks that right now the responsibility of the developer, when we have hundreds of broken sidewalks in the existing city where we have zero money to fix them. We, as a matter of fact, in closed session today, we have lawsuits over people tripping in broken city sidewalks that we don't have the money to fix. So what worries me about this item is exactly what you suggested, that we would open the door to having the public fulfill the legal obligation of the home builder to build a sidewalk in their unsold lot at the expense of all the rest of the existing city that has broken sidewalks that we don't have money to fix. I don't see how, and your comparison to Clovis, Kerman, those suburbs have no familiarity with what we deal with as a city. In my part of the district, I have rural, suburb, and urban. In the suburb portion of my district, I have a lot of developments that have 20 or 40 lots incomplete, and the encampments are moving towards that route. They're moving west of 99 on McKinley, on Olive, where we allowed all that leapfrog development to occur, and now we find ourselves removing homeless encampments from new subdivisions with empty vacant lots. And so I struggle with accepting that level of fiscal responsibility for a developer. More importantly, they've been constructing these homes this way for 100 years. So I don't know why all of a sudden they start breaking sidewalks when they're finishing a house. It's been done that way for 100 years. Whenever we have, today I have roof work done at my house, they're gonna have to step over the sidewalk to do roof work. And the contractor will be responsible if he breaks the sidewalk, because the city's not gonna come in and fix it for us. So I find the argument for it to be, at best, in the only interest of the developer's pocket, and the responsibility for the public would be significant, especially if we start building missing sidewalks for private subdivisions, because there is no money, the last time I checked, for existing sidewalks. So with that, those are my questions and comments. Thank you, Director, for your work, and I appreciate your responses.
Thank you, Councilmember. Up next is Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you, Director. I'm going to take this in a little bit of a different direction. First of all, the staff report was very helpful. And for those watching, the staff reports are public information. It's nothing secret. It's something the public can read. Provides a lot of detail. I am getting some flashbacks back to my first year on the council, because I remember this came up, I thought it was 2019. Mike said it was 2020. I'm glad finally we're reaching some kind of resolution that ultimately benefits our residents. I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill. I think that's what's happening here today. This is ultimately about homeowners and renters who are going to live in those homes. Building homes or apartments, building more housing and increasing supply is one way to really curb homelessness, especially when increasing supply puts more power to the hands of buyers and renters instead of the landlords. Director, I don't have a question for you. I'm sorry. You don't have to stand up here if you don't want to. Thank you, Scott. When we continue arbitrary old policies that are outdated, they can increase the cost on the builders, like the bonds that are expensive, or damaging new sidewalks and driveways that have to be reconstructed because they were damaged by heavy equipment. That's very wasteful, and those costs aren't just eaten up by the builder. Those do get passed on to our residents. And increasing costs of housing, that's one sure way to increase homelessness, and we need to go in the other direction to make it easier for people to afford home ownership and renting here in Fresno. Now, without costing our taxpayers, we can take one easy small step to really help an essential industry during a housing shortage. That's my perspective on it. Having been raised in a very small family business where sometimes you do live month to month, you understand how costs make a difference, housing, energy, those things are very essential. And we need to curb homelessness. This is a really small issue that can go a long way, and I'm going to support this item. I do want to make one comment. I totally respect the public's right to speak. I know people get frustrated. There were some things here to say that were said. I want to just state on the record how a lot of my residents feel about Scott Mosier. Scott, I remember when I first met you, I was a freshman council member. You are an incredibly dedicated public servant. You have delivered a lot for this entire city, especially some really critical projects in District 2. And I'm willing to bet you were the kid that got Student of the Month a lot. So thank you for being an example of an exemplary public servant. And with that, I'm going to make a motion to approve.
Okay, I have a motion to approve. This is for the 10:10 a.m. item.
I'll second that motion.
I have a motion by Council Vice President Carbasi and a second by Councilmember Maxwell. City Manager, no, you're good? Okay. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Fernando, we closed the public comment period on this item, but you will have a chance to speak. I have your card, and we're going to be heading to unscheduled communication soon.
Accountability.
Thank you. All right. I have a motion and a second. Any objections? This is for item 1010. Any objections? See none? Objection. All right. Item passes 6-1 with Councilmember Arias voting no. Okay, so we have taken public comment on consent, including contested consent. So at this time, is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar? Second. Motion by Councilmember Chavez, second by Councilmember Arias. Any objection? See none, item passes 7-0.
Thank you, guys. Enjoy your ride home.
Okay, We have 2 contested consent items, and then we're going to finish with unscheduled communication. So our first contested consent item is 2B. This is a resolution authorizing and directing a grant application to the California Interagency Council on Homelessness. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Is it 2E? Director, for the benefit of the public, can you describe in layman's terms what this proposal intends to execute, if awarded?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Councilmember Phil Sky, Assistant Director of the Planning and Development Department. Staff intends to submit an application to Cal ICH in order to establish a focused encampment resolution area that spans from Shields to the south, Barstow to the north, Blackstone to the west, Fresno Street to the east. We have applied for this exact same grant the last 2 rounds, where we were able to provide additional and focused outreach, mental health services. It's been a significant source of resource for us as a city to be able to evolve our homeless outreach model, which now includes mental health clinicians, to fund shelter beds, etc. This particular application would create this focused area bounded by the streets that I just named. It would add 30 emergency shelter beds to the Hope Point shelter, formerly known as Clarion, on Blackstone and Ashland. It would provide funding for the Village of Hope shelter all the way through the term or the duration of this grant cycle, if awarded, which would be June 30th of 2026. It would add additional outreach staff, including another mental health clinician for folks that are unhoused within that boundary, and also allow us to serve the original boundary, which is, in general terms, this downtown area.
Great, thank you. How many folks do you anticipate will be served in this geographic area?
Well, the application is going to allow us to serve what we estimate to be somewhere around 400 people. That's going to be shelter services, outreach. It'll ultimately be, one thing I failed to mention, is an independent living home voucher program to help provide permanent housing placement for those that have been in shelter for a prolonged period.
Thank you. With that, those are all my questions. Thank you again for your work and your effort in this endeavor. This is significantly needed in this part of the inner core of the city, and I appreciate that the folks who are currently unhoused in this area will remain housed in this area, but with the support services that they need. So thank you again. With that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion to approve on item 2B by Councilmember Arias and a second by Councilmember Maxwell. Any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 7-0. The second and last contested consent item is 2E. This is a resolution authorizing the city manager or designee to accept grant funding for PG&E to reimburse the City of Fresno Parks Department in the amount of $34,938.10 for costs associated with the 2023 cooling center operations. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. Staff, now that we have outsourced the operation of the warming and cooling centers to Poverello House, in the current grant structure that PG&E has, would reimbursement costs for this year by the third party be eligible for reimbursement as the way the current grant that they have is structured?
No. So right now they offer grant funding for cooling center operation only. There is not currently a program available for warming center operational costs.
So if...
Councilmember,
yes.
Correction. We outsourced only warming centers. We are still doing cooling centers.
If we were to outsource cooling centers, does the current grant structure of PG&E allow us to get reimbursed for that third-party operator, or would we lose that opportunity to get reimbursed? Are you following my question?
Yeah, I'm following you. So we would have to confirm with them. It seems like it would. but I want to validate that before entering into
Okay,
any
perfect. I wanted to ask you those questions because I think it's important for us also to communicate with PG&E and ask them, one, to make the warming centers eligible, and two, to ensure that if nonprofits are not eligible for reimbursement, if it's only municipal governments, that we know that before we potentially outsource cooling centers. With that, I'll make a motion to approve. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a motion to approve on item 2E by Councilmember Arias and a second by Council Vice President Carbasi. Any objection? Seeing none, item passes 7-0. Okay, so that concludes contested consent. We are going to move on to the remainder of our unscheduled communication, and this includes anyone who would like to make a public comment on a closed session item. Up first, I have Fernando Paul Elizondo, Group Affiliation Jehovah God. Fernando, you have 3 minutes.
The Lord is my strength and my defense. Peace be with you. What I've witnessed is like everybody's witnessed, a skewed agenda. City Council is nothing but a skewed agenda. You guys do what you want. You have it planned out. You don't listen to nobody. Who's really calling the shots? Jerry Dyer said he's not the real mayor. I talked to him. He says, hey, Elizondo, I don't call the shots here. I said, well, who does? Well, I can't say, but I'm not the one calling the shots. So we have a conspiracy here. It's supposed to be public health, public welfare, safety. But when it comes to City Hall, it's about, oh, we're wasting too much money of the developers, cash only. Public health turns into cash saving for the developers. These people here come from Palestine to ask you to help them. Quit deceiving them. You can't do nothing for them. You don't even do nothing for the Americans that are here. You're going to do something for those that barely come and protest. And it's a big farce. It's a facade. The biggest facade in the world is here in Fresno. That's it. You all have to be accountable. This year is the year of accountability. It's coming to an end. The government's going to shut down, and you're going to shut down right with it. Remember that. I have a message for you guys so you guys can read it. You must answer not to me, but to Jehovah God. And those of you who are leading the blind, they shall both fall in the pit. Amen. I don't see you put a time limit on anybody else, but Elizondo gets a time limit. That's all right. Your time is already up. Remember that. Your time is up. Amen.
Thank you. Up next, I have Haya Kutab. Okay, up next is Amelia.
Councilors, my name is Amelia Martinez. I am 22 years old, and I have lived in Fresno my entire life. Over 100 days of the mass slaughter of Palestinian men, women, and children by the Israeli Zionist entity have passed. For the past 104 days, Israeli warplanes have flown with the blessings of the United States to drop bombs on Palestinian men, women, and children. Thousands of Palestinian homes, hospitals, businesses, schools, universities, and camps have been reduced to ash and rubble. More than 30,000 Palestinians in total have been mercilessly slain. Just yesterday, the last functioning hospital in Gaza, Nasser Hospital, was attacked by Israel and is still being attacked by the Israeli occupation forces. They have also been targeting Yemen in response to their outstanding solidarity and support of the Palestinian people. How can you today, Fresno, members of City Council, sit here in petulance and annoyance when we remind you of your complicity in this genocide? Have you all neither no shame, no empathy? Is money extracted from the blood of Palestinians really that important to you, Mr. Gary Bredfield specifically? Of course, this comes as no surprise. Your complicity and refusal to open your eyes to any information that is not filtered through the Zionist agenda is clear proof that you care about inclusivity only when it helps to uphold your status quo. Your complicity shows that American democracy is far from a true democracy, a people's democracy. It is a bourgeois democracy that is conveniently protecting the imperialist interests of the ruling class. Take a look at MLK Day March. It was led by Jerry Dyer, flanked by crooked pigs, who, aside from their affiliation with certain white supremacist groups, have been trained by the Israeli occupation forces to more effectively enforce their terrorism here in Fresno. Dyer has aided and abetted the long-standing practice of police brutality against minorities in this city, yet he raised a so-called unity banner to seduce more voters. It is pathetic and desperate, a fact made worse by your phony attempts to be inclusive. You can try to cover your tracks with unity banners and with ads depicting the queer community and people of color, but this PR will never wash away the stain you've left on this city, nor the disrespect you've shown to the Fresno's Palestinian, Arab, and Muslim communities. I am ashamed to be represented by this council, specifically by Gary Bredfield, District 6. Don't think that excludes the rest of you. Remaining neutral is not an option, and it is your duty as city council to educate yourselves. Capitalist vultures are no friends of ours, and you have made that extremely clear with your refusal to support a ceasefire, which is the bare minimum, regardless of your thoughts on the Palestinian resistance. If you disagree with my statements, then you should be able to call for a permanent ceasefire and pass the ceasefire resolution. Free Palestine and the occupation.
Thank you, Amelia. Up next is Sarah. Good morning, you have 3 minutes.
My name is Sarah, and I am standing here in front of you, a very, very proud American and Yemeni citizen. Mr. Gary, I'm speaking to you. I'm not even going to address you by your last name because you don't even deserve that respect from me. What you have said about our people is disgusting. You are nothing but a cowardless pig and a spineless human. If you would do anything about God, you would understand that those people that are being killed are humans, just like me and you. This voice that you're hearing right now was made here in the United States when I was taught that this voice has power. Where I was taught here in America, I have freedom. This country defined what freedom means to me. This country told me I have the freedom to take off my headscarf and post myself half naked on the internet if I want to. This country is what birthed this voice. The land of Yemen, though, is what birthed this body. So you sit there and you claim that Palestine deserved this because this happened on October 7th. What about Yemen? Why are they bombing Yemen right now? Go ahead, Mr. Gary, answer that. Why are they bombing Yemen when Yemen did nothing but stick to the Geneva Convention rules? All Yemen did was stand up in solidarity with Yemen. And instead of them being praised with the rest of the world, you are standing here telling everybody else that we're terrorists. Well, this American girl, this California girl, is going to keep coming back and raising her voice and educating herself. Because since your comment, I've educated myself on the homeless situation that you refuse to address. I've educated myself on the Measure C. Yes, I have, Gary, because that's what I'm doing with my voice. I'm educating it when you piss me off. And I'm standing here enraged because of the comments that you made. Nobody else is there in Issy. And you, Miss Georgina, prevented people from putting up signs last time when that is part of their presentation. But how would these people know when there's no transparency in this council? Not one page could I find online that told me what I'm allowed to bring into this room and what I'm not allowed to. So how do you expect us, the people, to stand here and ask you to represent us when we don't even know how you're representing us? That's all I have to say, and I'll be back next week, Mr. Gary.
For future speakers, I'm going to ask that you direct your comments towards me as the council president. Up next is Ewan Vo. Up next, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Up next is Ewan Vo. Good morning, you have 3 minutes.
My friends are enraged, and it is for good reason. The Israeli government has been bombing and starving the people of Gaza for over 3 months. For 3 months, millions of people have taken to the street every single day all over the world. In England, Korea, France, South Africa, Indonesia, Morocco, Colombia, Germany, Venezuela, Yemen, and so many, many more. Even in the US, the only country that vetoed the ceasefire, protests happen every single day in cities all over the country. And just when you expect the news cycle to move on and the people to back away, we rise up higher and stronger than ever before. Just 5 days ago, people flooded the street of DC in historic number, marching, chanting, louder, louder, say it more, genocide, not a war. Permanent ceasefire now. We chanted in DC and we chanted here in Fresno, California, because it's the sound of history being written by the people. And you're on the opposite side. Unless you use the power that we have put in your hands to demand for a permanent ceasefire.
Thank you. Up next, we have Haya Kutab.
Good morning. I apologize, I was outside when you called my name the first time. Again, my name is Haya, and this is my 5th time here within the last few months speaking on the same exact matter. Before coming here, I was thinking of what I should say, because I don't want to keep repeating myself and saying what I'm saying and not getting a response. So I wanted to ask you all, did you guys know that there's a war going on 7,000 miles away? Apparently not. Sorry, I'm not a war, it's a genocide. It's ethnic cleansing, and it's a mass slaughter. I'm gonna play an audio for you, and this is what people hear in Gaza every single day, every hour, every minute. Some of you guys may have focused on the sounds of the birds chirping. And some of you guys may have heard the sounds of Israeli tanks invading. This just shows an example of how some of you guys are looking into this matter. Some of you guys are closing your eyes on this situation and pretending it's not happening. And some, a very small amount of you, are realizing but not doing anything about it. We all heard the numbers. Over 30,000 have been killed within the past 105 days. 30,000. 30,000 humans, 30,000 lives. Why is it that these lives don't matter to you all? Is it because they're not Fresno citizens? Well, just to break it to you, we do have Fresno citizens that were there not too long ago and just came back. They were there during the war. And some that are actually still there. I'm not up here speaking. I'm going to be up here speaking as a Fresno citizen. I'm going to put my Palestinian roots aside, even though no one can ever and will never take my Palestinian root away from me. I am Palestinian. My blood is Palestinian. I was born here, but you can never take away the Palestinian in me. But as a Fresno citizen, I ask, Fresno City Council, please do better. Think about the farmers. Think about the educators. Think about the healthcare workers. Think about the people. Think about the children. Let's make a difference. Please pass a resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a yellow card that has no name on it, but it does just say ceasefire. So if you have not yet spoken and would like to, please come up and fill a yellow card out. Up next, I have Suleiman. Yeah. You have 3 minutes.
What is it?
You have 3 minutes. Your 3 minutes start now.
Good morning to Palestine. Good morning to Gaza. Good morning to Yemen. We love Yemen all the way. Good morning to every single person in Gaza, and not good morning to the people who's supporting the genocide in Gaza. Good morning to South Africa, the people who's standing with Palestine, and the people who's not controlled by AIPAC like sheep. We have been coming almost every council member meeting telling you about the situation in Gaza, and at least we expect you to call for the ceasefire for the humanity. But every time we come here, we see the Mr. Bradford drama with the hostages pictures, like there is nobody who was killed in Gaza. He's always silent. So anyone from the leaders here, and your leaders, guys, but anyone from the leaders in this city or any city around the world, accepting what's happening in Gaza, he's actually a partner with what's happening in Gaza, with the genocide, with the killing the people. You were talking about the human trafficking like nothing happened in Gaza. This is very bad. This is shame. You have to say the truth. You guys not blind. Just stand with us for one time. Like Madeira. They're doing good, and we're gonna get it. Over 6,000 people were arrested in West Bank, not in Gaza, in West Bank, which is Jenin, Nablus, Ramallah. Nobody talking about it. Nobody talking about it. And you, Mr. Bradford, coming here with these pictures, and you have the right to put it here, but nobody talking about the 6,000 people were arrested, women's, kids, everybody, and nobody talking about it.
Thank you very much. Your time
From
is
the
up.
river to the sea.
Please do not disrupt. Thank you. At this time, I have Councilmember Butterfield, who is punched up.
Yeah. I can assure you, no matter how much you attack me personally, I'm not going anywhere. And I'm going to...
Please do not disrupt. We will have you removed if that continues.
The fact is, and you can't get away from the facts, I have expressed the sympathy that I feel for loss of life in Gaza. I have not heard people who come up here
Councilmember, please continue.
Well, I hope everybody heard all those wonderful words, because it expresses exactly where these folks come from. I will never be intimidated by anybody that comes here and attacks me personally. October 6th, there was a ceasefire. It was destroyed by Hamas as they murdered 1,200 people in Israel. They raped women, they burned families alive, and they started this war, and this war must be won by Israel, and Hamas must be destroyed once and for all. Hamas is a terrorist group. Their ceasefire can happen tomorrow once Hamas surrenders. None of these folks come in here
express any sympathy towards Israel or the people, innocent people that were murdered, raped, brutalized, and killed. You want a ceasefire? Ask Hamas to surrender. Ask them to release all of the hostages, including Americans, that were innocent there October 6th and have still been there held captive. So the bottom line is I will not be swayed by these attacks on me personally or anywhere else. I will also not lose moral clarity on what this is all about. These people in front of me are hostages who were taken October 6th. Many of them also include Americans. So if we want to get a ceasefire, and I'd love to have a ceasefire, I would love to have this war end. It can happen tomorrow once the terrorist group Hamas surrenders and releases all the hostages. This war can end. It won't end until the terrorist group is destroyed. They need to be destroyed. And I support making sure that they are destroyed. So these folks come here every week spewing their anti-Semitism, their attacks on this council, their attacks on Councilmember Karbasi, attacks on me. I ain't backing down. I never will back down. And I will always support what is right, what is morally right. And if there's to be a ceasefire, I call on Hamas to release all the hostages and to surrender. And we can have peace in Gaza and people living peacefully in Gaza. Until that happens, sadly, we've seen historically there won't be peace in that region because terrorists want to create mayhem and they want to kill people and they want to wipe Israel off the face of the map, which is our ally. And I personally will support Israel, continue to do so, and so does this nation, and so do the majority of the people, despite these people who come in here and attack us in very vicious ways and lie about things that I have said or haven't said. And so we will continue to see this, sadly, them coming in here. I don't think they're going to get what they want. And the bottom line is we must stay focused on eliminating terrorism throughout that region and throughout the world. And Hamas is a terrorist organization, and they must be destroyed. And if we want a ceasefire, call on Hamas to surrender and release the hostages. That's what you can do if you truly want a ceasefire. In the meantime, I continue to grieve over all of the innocent lives that are lost in Gaza and in Israel, and I hope this can come to an end soon. But that really is the result of Hamas and their actions, and they can end it by surrendering. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we transition, ma'am, please no more disruptions. Before we move on to finish unscheduled communications on Zoom, I have Councilmember Karbasi punched up.
I'm going to try and be brief. I was not planning on talking about this subject, but a lot of residents who don't normally reach out to me have reached out since the last council meeting, and I wanted to say a few things. I absolutely support the First Amendment rights of every resident of this city to come before this body and speak and be heard. Whether they say things we agree with or not, that is their right to be here. We've listened to them. It's unfortunate many of them have left and they don't want to listen to us, but that's their right as well. And I will continue to defend that. But there is one statement, one slogan that is repeatedly said that, and that's the river to the sea slogan. I don't know if a lot of folks know about the origins of this statement, but the people in my district who are residents like everyone else feel very unsafe because of the hateful nature of this statement. Now, we had a very eloquent speaker last week who was here speaking in favor of the Palestinian community. She was a teacher, and she very eloquently said that she's here because it doesn't feel right for her to be anywhere else. For me, when I hear my residents living in fear, living here in Fresno because of hateful rhetoric, whether they're members of the LGBTQ+ community, whether they're Jewish, whether they're Muslim, whether they're Christian, I have a responsibility to speak up, and it doesn't feel right for me to be silent when this statement is uttered in this chamber that calls for the destruction of a people because they're Jewish. I'm not Jewish, but it feels wrong. So I'm going to continue to advocate for the First Amendment right, but I am also going to speak up. Everybody, no matter what your religion is or your origin is, has a right to live in this community in peace without violence, without fear of a hate crime. No matter where it comes from, we have to defend you. So I really, really hope we consider the origins of the things we say and how hurtful it can be to people living in this community that are our neighbors. And I'm going to continue to speak up to defend the First Amendment, but I'm going to speak up to defend the rights of people to feel like they can live in a community free of hate and violence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. So we're going to transition at this time to wrap up unscheduled communication on Zoom. As a reminder, this is an opportunity to provide comment on unscheduled matters as well as closed session items. City Clerk.
Lisa Flores.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. First thing I want to let Miguel know, that was in PTSD. That was your chancla consciousness with Miss Medina. Because, you know, you have to remember that sometimes the old school folks are the ones that remind you what your soul needs to do and what the right thing is to do. Now, Miss Perea, I'm sitting here in my home, 140 days of isolation with Mr. Cecil Haney. Still can't get out of his house because there's no curbside parking. Well, during this morning session, I got an email from your office with a compromise. Well, the compromise isn't good enough. The compromise violates ADA. The compromise identifies the parking spot in front of 1607 when it's actually 1611 because it's right outside of my house. And the city council needs to understand what's going on with the bicycle lanes on the 1600 block of North Washant. Now, I called and asked you guys not to stripe it. You striped it. The minute you guys striped it, you opened yourself up to a hell of a lot of different litigation. You opened up yourself up to having to repay money. And I'm trying to get to a yes for everybody involved. Now, the neighborhood has come to the city halfway, but the city's not willing to come to us halfway. And Ms. Perea, just to let you know, we're rejecting the offer. And please don't send it to Andrew Jan's office. That would just be wasting time and money that the city really shouldn't be doing. Also, Georgianne, you need to fix 311. It's still not working for my part of the neighborhood on AT&T. I would call them, but I don't do the city of Fresno's work. Not for free. Also, too, the warming centers. You need to keep them open, and they need to be, the information needs to be more accessible, because when I finally found the number for the 311 alternative, all I got was read a statement. So once again, free Cecil from his bondage of not having curbside parking for a 92-year-old man who is disabled. You guys should all be ashamed of yourselves, and especially you, Ms. Perea. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Next, we have Layla. Layla?
Hello?
Yes, there you go.
Okay, good morning. Lovely speeches by Amelia and Sarah. Thank you for that. The reason I attend these meetings are to educate and inform all those in attendance, including and especially to you, our local council members and politicians, because it's important in the matter of saving precious lives in Palestine, and because it's my duty as a Palestinian American to speak on behalf of the voiceless in Palestine and to push for a permanent ceasefire. So let's quickly review some statistics. Upon my first visit here on November 2nd, I mentioned that 8,796 Palestinians were killed by the Israeli occupation, and over 2,000 of them were children. I also mentioned that on November 2nd, the Israeli occupation dropped 25,000 tons of explosives on the Gaza Strip, which is the weight of 2 nuclear bombs that the US dropped on Hiroshima, which was approximately 15,000 tons. This is a part of history that America isn't proud of, and yet here we are today, sending more than $4 billion of our taxes to aid this genocide. The last reported update that I could find this morning was at the end of December, where CNN reported that the Israeli occupation dropped 40,000 tons on Gaza, and that the occupation dropped 2,000-pound bombs in Gaza, which is capable of wounding people that are more than 1,000 feet away. Gaza is the most densely populated areas in the world, where 2.3 million Palestinians have been besieged in a concentration camp for 17 years. And Palestine is about the size of New Jersey. Gary, you would know what that size is approximately. And since you responded, all I have to say to you is you're only keeping your seat warm. I will not address you anymore because you don't deserve it. You clearly chose a side. But Gaza alone is only 17 square miles. Now imagine a 2,000-pound bomb dropped on District 6. Today, more than 25,000 Palestinians were killed since October 7th. 10,500 of them are children. That's 75%. Let that sink in. 75% of those killed in Gaza are children from our own tax dollars. This is a genocide clearly targeting children. 335,000 of them are at risk of famine. This is a full-scale genocide and ethnic cleansing of a people who've always had a land, with a land who's always had a people. Like me, the direct descendant of a Canaanite, and like the millions of refugees in Gaza. Because of this, I've personally been affected by this. I lose sleep at night. I've lost over 23 pounds. I can't stay focused, but I'm steadfast. And no matter how repetitive I am, I'll continue to repeat these serious facts. All I have is my will to continue to fight and educate and inform and push for.
Next, we have Lethal. Lethal?
Hello?
Yes.
Yo, okay. Thank you to Fresno for Palestine for organizing a silent protest at the MLK event. MLK stood on the side of the oppressed and would have been proud. He said, and I quote, "Disruption of genocide is necessary and history teaches that submission produces no acceptable result. Those who love peace must organize as effectively as war hawks, and I still believe that one day mankind will bow before the altars of God and be crowned triumphant over war and bloodshed." He also asks what he stated as a most urgent question, what are you doing for others? So I ask you, Council, where do you really stand? At a podium and a fake-ass march? Do you stand with Hassa? Do you even stand with our unhoused? Because your actions say differently. Your actions say Palestinians and unhoused Fresnans deserve to die. People and Gary's hair don't deserve to die. Please do better before you get more blood on your hands and death on your conscience. I leave you with the last quote from MLK. Never, never be afraid to do what's right, especially if the well-being of a person or animal is at stake. Society's punishments are small compared to the wounds we inflict on our soul when we look the other way. I ask you to denounce the colonization of Palestine and to keep the warming centers open through the winter and finally prove that you aren't the sociopaths you've always shown us that you are capable of being. Thank you and no thank you.
Thank you, Lethal. Next we have is Des Martinez. Des? Des, you are on mute. Okay, for now I'm going to go on to the next. Brandy?
Thank you. Thank you so much for your time. Regarding piggybacking what someone said on the warming centers, if you go outside, it is very cold. Throughout the week, on Monday, on MLK Day, I passed by a group of people to greet them, and they said, we are very cold. The weather has gone up, but that means that it's going to be raining. It'll be raining the entire weekend. It will be, people are suffering here, and I let people know I let someone know that they can connect with you, and the response is, what would that change? People feel let down and they feel helpless because they are out in the cold in weather that is harming them. So what would change anything? It would be the warming centers would not only protect people from the effects of the cold, but also protect people, period, including with human trafficking. Last year, we brought in a woman who was fleeing a situation, and in that time, we were able to connect with her in the morning and get her over to Naomi's house. There were so many things that were made possible. So if the issue is budget, please make concessions for that for this year, but also last year you could have put it on the budget. It could have been, you would have known the price that it would have been. So I ask that you do something now, but also that you put it on the budget for this coming year to fund it through the winter. Also, but before I switch to the other thing, Des says that she's back on. Regarding Palestine, please join with the rest of the world. Madeira plans to pass a resolution. They are seeing the need. This past week, the Israeli army played sounds to indicate that food aid was coming. People are starving, and when they went towards those sounds, they were shot at. There are human rights violations going on. Please follow Motaz Aziza. And regarding From the River to the Sea, people have come and spoke to you about that, about peaceful existence. Listen to the voices. They are our community members, and continue to listen and respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy. Next, we have Mohammed.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes. Oh, wait, sorry. Go ahead.
I just want to address a comment that Bredefeld just mentioned. He said there was a ceasefire on October 6th. I just want to remind him that 19-year-old Labib Dumaidi was shot and killed in the West Bank by Israeli forces. Along with him, 51 injured. So if that's your definition of a ceasefire, I don't know what your thinking is. Palestinians have been killed on a daily basis before October 7th. As much as it's convenient for you, perhaps your memory can go back before October 7th, where the Palestinians have been butchered on a daily basis. Okay? Over 30,000 people killed so far, 65,000 injured, 1.9 million displaced. And for that, Israel is currently right now, is on trial for genocide. And what does Bredefeld do? He places their flag. He endorses genocide. A country that is on trial right now for genocide, Bredefeld displays their flag. As far as the hostages, I hope they do get back home safely. The only issue is they keep getting bombed by Israel. Israel is bombing the hostages as well, Mr. Bredefeld. And for Karbasi, you're saying you don't feel comfortable by saying from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. I just want to remind you, our biggest advocate in America is Jewish Voice for Peace. How can they be threatened if Jews are pro-Palestine? What do you have to say to them? This isn't about religion. Whether you're Jewish, Christian, or Muslim, you're pro-human. This has nothing to do with religion. If Israelis were Muslims, we'd be still here doing the same thing. It has nothing to do with religion. Please understand that. That's my comment for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Semi. Munoz?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I am on my break from work right now, and I was hoping I got a chance to talk. I did not plan on talking about violence and terrorism to you today, but let's talk about it because someone brought it up. Let's talk about violence. Let's talk about terrorism. True terrorism isn't someone saying a slogan and you thinking that it calls for something else. True terrorism are your actions being reflected in the city. From the river to the sea means freedom, justice, and peace for everyone in Palestine. Unlike the call from Israel that says, from the river to the sea. Israel's flag is all you will see, backed up by the murder of 30,000 plus people. Someone today in that chamber just said, destroy them all until they surrender. That's true hate. That's true terrorism. That's mental terrorism on the people of Fresno who are already scared to speak up for humanitarian reasons. Yes, we are pissed off about 12,000 lives lost. We're even more mad about 30,000 plus lives lost in Gaza. We're even more mad about the policies in our city who can't keep our communities safe, who can't keep our communities housed, who can't keep our children fed in public schools, who can't keep children housed. This is why leadership is so important, and this is why leadership is required to stand on humanitarian principles at a moment like this in our city. This is why passing a resolution for a ceasefire is so important, because it would reflect the humanitarian side that you actually have a heart, every single one of you there, including you, our president, Perea. We want housing for all. Some of you in that room won't vote for those policies. We want the homeless folks to be warm. We can't even provide that for them as a city. This is the true violence. This is the true negation of humanity within Fresno. And that's what I really wanted to talk about today. And so today I really just wanted to tell y'all why it's so important that we consider passing the resolution for a ceasefire, because Fresno is the size of 300 kilometers squared. Gaza is the size of 360 kilometers squared. But their density population is almost 5 times more than ours. Imagine your city being bombed with 2,000-pound J-band bombs that we as a country supply, by the way. Imagine them being bombed day in and day out for 100 days. What would you want the world to say about Fresno? Would you want the world to call for a ceasefire for Fresno? And so I'm really just calling on you guys to stand on the side of humanity sooner than later, please. Follow the lead of the bigger cities in California. Follow the ask of the 80% of Democratic voters who want a ceasefire in California. Reflect our voices and...
Next we have Kareem.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, I actually wasn't planning on speaking today. I'm honestly just interested on what you guys had on the agenda. But after Kerbasi and Bredfield talked, I'd like to address a couple things. Kerbasi, you talked about the phrase "from the river to the sea" and how it makes our residents feel unsafe. You know, with everything that's going on and how many people come and speak every week about this issue, I can't think of anything except for that you are very intellectually lazy. We have said again and again, we want to coexist. We don't have a problem with any religion. As a matter of fact, Jews, Christians, and Muslims lived in harmony for years and years before 1948. And we continue to love our Jewish and Christian brothers. There are Christian Palestinians in Gaza that have been killed. There are Jewish Palestinians that have been killed. It's not exclusive to just Muslim Palestinians. And as for Bredfield, you talked about burnt and raped victims on October 7th. Again, intellectually lazy. No evidence have been shown. As a matter of fact, evidence that refute those claims have come out from Israel, news, from Israel officials, from Israel members of the IDF, and you still claim those. I don't know why. As for the hostages, again, we pray for their safety. I don't know how many people you have on there, but my family, I haven't heard from my family in Gaza for 40 days, and they far exceed the number of people that you have on there. As for American citizens, there are American citizens in Gaza that are trying to leave that Israel are keeping them from leaving by bombing the Rafah border again and again. And lastly, I want to thank both of you because you woke us up. You said you're here to stay. We are we woke up and we will be there. We will not stop. We will take your positions and we will implement change for the future. You're eventually gonna retire or whatever. We will take over and we will make change for the betterment of humanity. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Des Martinez.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I would like to speak on the encampment resolution funds. I believe that we already spent $5 million. The first encampment resolution funds that we received in round one was $5 million, and they had been spent on street lamp posts and tiny home villages in Southwest Fresno somewhere. Well, those street lamp posts are sitting down around 8th Street and Santa Fe and all that stuff where actually nobody's at, so we wasted those millions of dollars, not to mention the millions of dollars that was left over for the tiny homes that are never going to exist because they are no longer going to be built by, they're sitting in a warehouse, but they're no longer going to be ran by Poverello House. So I'd like to know what's going on with all that $5 million that's wasted from the first encampment resolution funds. So hopefully that we have somebody watching this third round. Also, the ordinance 1021 states that you have to post a pre-removal notice for all of these sweeps. The Fresno Police Department stated that they do not have to post those, that they were notified from, I guess, the attorney for the Fresno Police Department, Todd Stokes. If this can be looked at or somebody can let us know what's going on with the that ordinance, why is that ordinance there? And if I'm misreading it, if somebody can explain it to me so I do understand what I'm reading. Also, the warming centers, the reason how come there's nobody at the warming centers is because you don't have 5 different people transporting anymore, which shows the proof that we do need transportation for the individuals to the warming centers. Because of 5 individuals last year, we used our vehicles, our cars, our gas, to transport these individuals back and forth. That's why you don't have that many people. Also, the Fresno Police Department is still throwing away property after removing individuals from the property, stating that we will give you an inventory list. You'll go to 8th Street and pick up your property. They didn't do that yesterday. They got everybody off the property and then they took the bulldozer and they crushed and threw away everything, which is still a violation. Like, I don't understand what you guys are doing, but you guys are pushing them out to the county, and the city is refusing to help people that are in county pockets, even if they're city residents, stating that they are not and no longer in the city, and the city's not gonna allow anybody on public property resources to be used in these city shelters. Something needs to be done because you guys are creating homelessness, you're creating deaths, and more people are dying on the streets. I'll give my silence to everybody that's died on these streets the rest of my time.
Thank you, Des. Next, we have Faisal L.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
It's every day that I come to the recognition and the really basic fundamental understanding that being a slimy politician is not an easy job. For you to be a politician and a slimy one at that matter, you don't need to want to change stuff necessarily. You just have to be able to sell your opinion to the highest bidder. And in case of two of our city council member and our behated mayor, they are selling their opinions to the highest bidder. And this is the reality of the political system in general that we're having to endure. And it's absolutely disgusting. Now, had you been, again, intellectual or not corrupt, you would have realized that Israel, and those are reports by Haaretz and other Israeli media that was carried on by US media, bombed 70 cars from the festival. And the directive they went with is Hannibal's directive. So they bombed 70 cars. They said there were mass rapes and it was a systematic weapon of war that Hamas used. And they had to post online that, hey, anybody with a rape claim, please come forward because we can't find any. The justifications that Israel gave to start this genocide, 30,000 people dead, and how some of you are still repeating them is just obviously either stupidity or corruption. And both of them make you unqualified to be sitting in the seat that you're sitting on. So here's what I have to tell you, because you're obviously not going to be uncorrupt all of a sudden. And, you know, given your age, you're not going to be smart or are going to read more. So here's what I really recommend for you as an advice from someone who cares. Resign. Get out of there. Stay away from public opinion. Stay away from public politics, because you are not fit. You are not fit. We don't want corrupt people, and we don't want people who are not smarter than us. So resign, make everybody's lives easier. And if you do not want to do that, then I reiterate what other people have said. We will make sure that you are driven out. Have a crappy rest of your day, and thank you.
Thank you. Next, Sarah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Zara, or Zahra. I apologize I couldn't be there in person today, but I was there at the Fresno City Council meeting on January 11th, 2024. A quick note, please open the warming centers. It's very cold outside. I'll read to you today an extremely powerful message made this week from a Gazan man as he stood on a graveyard in Gaza, Palestine. His message: listen, to all the people who are in a position of power, you who left us to die in Gaza, who left us to become annihilated, who left us in Gaza, our children, our women, our elderly, our youth. No matter how much you get in this life, your end will be here. Points at a grave. Your end will be here. Points at another open grave. Every unjust person who let Gaza suffer, every unjust person who abandoned Gaza and conspired against Gaza, your end will be here. He points at another grave. They will put tiles over you. They will close your grave on you. You will be alone. You will be asked about the children that were killed in cold blood, the kids you left to be killed in cold blood. They will ask you about the elderly. They will ask you about the youth. No matter how high you get, you people in position of power, no matter how high you get, no matter how much power you acquire, your end is here. He points at another grave. You will be in your grave, and your grave will be closed and locked on you. It will be dark. You will be charged. You will be billed for these crimes. You will pay for this. You will be charged for these crimes when you are down in your grave. No matter how much this life gives you, no matter how much this life seduces you, no matter how much you get, your end is here. He points at a grave. Here is the end of every unjust. Here is the end of every arrogance. Here is the end of every.
Next, we have Lynn Owens.
Hello. Hello.
Hi, Lynn.
I unmuted. Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Lynn.
All right. Okay. I'm upset at myself because I forgot you guys were doing back-to-back meetings. I don't know what is going on next week, but the dog park, I would like to know what's going on. Miguel, at the last council meeting on the public record, Miguel Arias told me that the water supply to the dog park fountains had been vandalized twice. Then, I think it was after lunch, And I didn't watch the full thing until a couple days later, so I didn't know that I had been lied to. Or someone's lying somewhere, because Lisa Flores got on and she said she had made some phone calls and was told that the water was turned off, which is what I suspected. But the reason that they came up with was that the sprinklers are hitting them, which if they're hitting, I don't know. So someone is lying. Either the staff lied to Miguel Arias, like they lied to get that, to hide that 600K fishing thing. You know, someone's lying somewhere. I'd like an answer on that. I'm doing an official public records request on everything about the fountain, you know, all of everything. Every public record I can get about that dog park. Next, the access to these public meetings. I don't think you guys are doing everything that you can do. Obviously, there's split screen. So during this public comments, I can't see you guys' faces from here. I can't see reactions. I can't see if anyone's sitting there. Last week at that January 11th meeting, it never showed that whole wall of people with those signs, all against the wall and along the back even. That is all that should be part of the public record. And so there should be some kind of, you can do obviously the split screen for the interpreters, and the email on the agenda, it tells you that you can email and you can e-comment, but that never makes it into the minutes, and it doesn't make it into this into the public record like it implies that it does. Every single one of you should be inviting people to these meetings and posting that the Zoom ID number out there so that you encourage participation in government. Way better than out there picking up trash. Beautify Fresno. Those kids should be learning about how to participate in their local government and what these meetings are all about and what happens. And so they can see you. There's too many people now that are watching.
Thank you, Lynn. Council President, that is all the public comment we have.
Thank you, City Clerk. That concludes the open session portion of today's meeting. Thank you, everyone, for being with us today. We will now move to closed session. City Attorney, are there any announcements for closed session?
Yes, Council President, thank you. Today in closed session, we will have item A, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, City of Fresno versus Fresno Building Healthy Communities and Fresno Building Healthy Communities versus City of Fresno. Item B, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Keith Davis versus City of Fresno. Item C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Mark Hudson versus the City of Fresno. Item D, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Keith Kobayashi versus City of Fresno. Item E, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Catherine Smith versus City of Fresno. Item F, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Jeffrey Logue versus City of Fresno. Item G, conference with labor negotiators, City of Fresno Professional Employees Association. Lastly, item H, public performance and evaluation, City Attorney. Okay.
All right, I'd like to thank everyone for joining us today for the City Council meeting on January 18th, 2024. Closed session has ended. It's 1:06 p.m. and there is nothing to report. Nothing to report. Thank you for joining us for our meeting.
Thank you.